What's up, Fabicio? Morning, morning.
Market is open.
Oops. There we go. Marvel. Yeah. MRVL for sure on watch. It's not even open yet, though. There it goes. Morning, Chicken Bow. That's weird. NVIDIA is actually lagging, or Trade Zero is lagging. Though I'm never really on in the morning. Discord muted. So I actually don't know if it struggles in the first 5 minutes. But trading view is showing NVIDIA around 227. And now this is just showing now 227. All right. I'm going to take my 5-minute break. All right, what we got, boys? CODX, yeah. It's the right stock. That's what we want. CODX gapping up some. HEPC having a nice pop. I don't know if this is going to open. Nope. HUBC about to do that daily. 57 break. Goodness gracious. Wolf juicing. Core weave filled the gap. Almost. So if you weren't aware, last night I tweeted it, but the reason why MRVL's up so much is Jensen Huang from NVIDIA CEO said MRVL would be the next trillion-dollar company. Currently, the market cap is just under 200 billion, and that's with the gap up. So, like Google, yeah. We didn't buy Google though, right? We bought Amazon. AMZ. Killed both. The two stocks we were debating on which one to get, one does an offering, and the other, Berkshire sold. So let's see. Did we kill the market again? SOXQ. Oh, that's still juicing. We're up on that. What about service now? Break even there. NVIDIA's filled the gap as well. That 225 held strong. Let's see if this can get going again. You had 100 puts on Amazon? What the hell? What strike? Freaking baller over there. The reverse market. I'm telling you, it's a superpower. Jay-Z, the Chinese shitter. Getting wrecked. AKTX, that ain't doing nothing. PCLA still gearing up. Codex looks good. That's halted, huh? MSTR. Oof. Yeah, Bitcoin's that's probably a solid short, man. That Bitcoin chart, and I should have thought about that when we were looking at it last week. The monthly, man, it just ain't there. You're gonna spend almost a year going sideways to down, I think. Musk bought some chip company. Did he really? MRVL getting the juice. This one's very strong right now. Muslim firm buys Texas land ahead of planned chip plant. I saw his interview last night, or parts of it, talking about building out a chip fabricator. It's going to take a long time, but something to watch for in the years ahead. Codex about to open. See. We have not seen. Oh, that's different. Just say second halt up. This is not halting up. Check VIX down at 16. Ticks basically even. You like the Angel Duff news? Dude, that was wild. Like, I'm kind of shocked, honestly. I mean, that might get appealed and overturned, but that ain't a good start. Like, all these short report peeps are now shaking in their boots. And now you have to start to think, does Trevor Milton have a case? You know, he's been going after what's his face? The company that shorted his company. Yeah, Nvidia is insane right now. HEBC daily. HEBC daily is kind of doing some stuff here. High is 63. The daily cock really good with good volume so far. You know, we had that penny play, was it TGHL, that went from 30 cents to $5 or whatever yesterday. And I told you, you're going to have some of those penny players go nuts going into this PDT rule change. That was the start yesterday. So I'm constantly paying attention to these daily pennies that might do some stuff. This is the only one I'm seeing so far. AMD, half a level here. Nope. That's it. Hitting with the freaking juice right now. MRVL, maybe a W. It's a tough one because it's a bit spready. MACD is kind of crossed. Yeah, I'm not taking it. The MACD is now crossed on MRVL. It might need to come down to the whatever it's called. Anyway, all right, I need to make a trade here. Not see anything I love just yet. Is it 300 yet? This freaking guy. Never doubt me, Jizo. AMD juice. It's not doing nothing. ABTS, that was a nice pop. DXST. Okay. AMD, absolute juice. What's Intel doing? I'm surprised HPE isn't doing better. Oh, wait. Forgot it gapped up 30%. It says 1 p.m. All right, Cam, keep us up to date on that. I'm going to probably forget. UIS. Something we'll listen to for sure. Jolts in 5, Roger. DXST. Watching that DXST when it comes out. Over that 483 might get wild. Got this 483 from pre-market, I guess. Some purchase foreign class shares at $2 a share, increasing voting control to 90%. What the hell? Showing 470. It's a flat. Is this open? Anyone have the resumption time for this DXST? I don't think the halt bot caught it. $58.08, thank you. So a minute left. SPCE, what's it doing? Be watching it around this 90 MA on the daily here, maybe just $5 in general. Look for a fight around there. Let's see where a fib is on this sucker. Yeah, that's the 618, right around 5. So you have like double support there. You have the 618 fib level. You've got 90 MA on the daily, right around that level. That's what I'd watch. In fact, I might put alert if 5 breaks, which it might do. No, I said 5. Why does it keeps the alert keeps going off? Stop it. Okay, well, I tried to put an alert. I'd watch for a bounce around that level. Does space do an offering? I don't know why it's down. DXST, maybe a dip and rip. Oh, we got the wrong buttons on. Ooh, that's dirty, dude. Sure, where it'll always go off as soon as you put it in. You have to manually enter it in. That's weird. It's the first time I've ever had that happen, though.
Partial execution. Partial execution.
Fail? Ugh.
Partial execution.
Jeez. That's dirty. Don't like that. RVL curling. Q's on a rocket mission. Jolt's job opening, much bigger. Wow, that's gonna juice us, huh? Is that gonna juice us? 7.6 million. Consensus was 6.8 million. Okay. Lobo. Yeah, it wants it, right? PCE still pushing down. CODX 5-minute curl maybe. ABTS. Oh, there now. DXST wants to go. You piece of junk. You piece of junk. It's got room to 550 if it wants it. Watch the red to green on YHC. Not sure what the hell this thing's doing. Why is additional Fusion 5? Just by the whole company. Nice try. Didn't even flinch. I think people saw that much market cap move. It's per dollar. Clearly not. I power daily. Slow mover. Lobo juiced. Whoever called that out, congrats. Didn't get high day yet, so there's that still. DXST bought. I maybe. Is there a high short interest? Whoa. Oh no, there's not. Still though, same idea. Gotta wait for setups on it. Lobo. Give me a pullback, Lobo. HEBC 5-minute. All right, it's a sideways candle. See if we can play off of it. XST juice. Kind of gross. This thing doesn't move pretty. And BTS. Nice daily. Good moves. I'll have to watch that one too. There's so many things moving. It's hard to keep track of it all. MRVL holding on to the 90 MA on the 1 minute. Look at it, MU. This is disgusting. Goog. Amazon. Anybody buying that? Nope, just us. HPE, maybe. Shut up, Chicago. What's sent HP flying their earnings report? CODX, what are you doing? You did a 5-minute cuck, nothing there. CODX over 807. Be interested. BSH juicing from yesterday. SpaceX IPO. I don't know. you couple that with the 80 billion that Google's raising. I mean, this market's got to come from the money's got to come from somewhere. Right now, it's just coming out of thin air. Where's all this money coming from in this market? Check. Here's a chart. Free cash flow. Maybe that's why Google's raising now. CapEx is just freaking through the damn roof. When is the midterm pullback? So it's not necessarily there's a pullback for the midterm, even though that's usually what's going to happen. And I expect we probably get something. But it's in the midterm year, you get a 10% pullback, which we've already gotten due to the Iran stuff. So I don't know. This is hell if I know territory. But it is coupling kind of with our extension on this market. We are kind of we're getting to overextended territory. And we'll pull that up in a little bit. I want to miss this trade if it's here. Kind of go over it again. I mean, it's all lining up. SpaceX IPO. It's all lining up to be. If you throw in an Iran deal into that mix, then you have nothing left. Like, we're going to sell the news. We have to pull back. There's just nothing left. That's my theory, anyway. You would think the SpaceX IPO might start us off. Like, where's the selling? Where's the selling getting ready for that? You would think it would have already started. Oh, yeah, right into a cuck, of course. Some bullshit. You see the platform stutter here? BTST 5-minute HEBC. Video. E-Sig. Let's check it out, Stam. It's a nice move. RDW. Daily on the 9 EMA looking decent. What's that SBCE looking like? Right down the 9 EMA. I mean, you can't even. Poet. Yeah. SST. Okay. About the ones from yesterday. DBGI. Eh. KLB from yesterday. Still trying to do stuff. RDW. Nice. HPE. Not really sure what this is doing. MRVL trying to go again. The 1-minute cocks on this thing have been very nice. SMH put. Oh. ABTS. I see it. Jeez. We got some levels here in ABTS. Just a 2-point diagonal. Maybe 3. This has got a ways to go, huh? Get up to those pre-market levels. kind of chillaxing here. Plug moving. Yeah, yeah. The XST at the VWAP. SPCE. Trying to hold that 5. QCY. Maybe. Yeah, HEBC is, I mean, it's pushing. It's a grinder for sure. But it's exactly what, it's moving well. Moving real well. So, I mean, there's a huge window in this. Oh, hello. There's a huge window in this thing. Not saying it's going to get into that window, but it could do some stuff. I only have 1,000 shares in it in my swing account. Letting it grind and ride, baby. ABTC. BTS, not there yet. Sorry about that, peeps. That was the American Red Cross calling to say, like, do you have any needs from the storm? I'm like, yep. And do all that. Hmm. Pretty ugly selling going on here. So, HUBC, only thing chooching right now, going for that dollar level, looks like. Say nice things and it drops 10 cents. Jewish outfit picks factory train. Saidu? MRVL. It's gearing up, right? Pretty clear support level down here, down at the 270 level. AMD. 30-minute. See. RVL trying to go again. This thing cracked high a day here. It didn't do anything. Is this one going to do anything? Did you guys hear about Oracle? That Twitter account? No. What happened, Georgia? MRVL broke 278. You gonna tell us, Georgie? Are you just gonna like leave us hanging? Higgles, that's funny. Tesla. So he's just gonna leave us hanging. EBGI got some price compression. Whoa. Rubio talking here. Rubio saying that Iran is attacking commercial vessels. Lots of mines. Fantastic. Damn it. I wanted that. What's Thursday, time taker? LASE? It's not a big mover. Yeah, these markets are nuts. Oh, PD change. I don't think it's going to be instant, my man. I don't think people are going to be like, oh, I'm quitting my job. Let's go day trade. I think it's going to be a ramp. You kidding me? I'm most of my friends who would be in that category to be the day trader, they don't even know it's happening. Like they got to educate first. Now, I don't have like cable TV. I can't tell you if they've been advertising and whatever. Robin's been killing it. They've been killing it because the Trump accounts went live. If it was just based on PDT rule, you would see all the brokers going up, all the ship brokers, the eToros, the Weebles. They're not. I'm pretty sure it's from Trump accounts. Trump accounts went live. Boom. Absolute juice monster. You know who doesn't have Trump accounts? Weeble. Hasn't done shit. eToro. Hasn't done shit. It's very interesting on that thing. It's about to get some stupid levels too. Zero mention on cable. Yeah. I think it's going to be a slow ramp, if that. With Trump accounts, the accounts for newborns, you get the, was it 1,000, 2,000 bucks? I don't know. If you have a kid last year, is it last year? It might be just this year. I think it's last year. Last year and this year for the next 2 years, 3 years, unless it gets extended. Every kid, if you apply, it doesn't take much from what I understand. You get money into a savings account for your kid that will grow with the stock market. I think that's probably the smartest thing this administration has done, and they don't even know it. That's what we were talking about 2 years ago on how to fix healthcare. What if instead of freaking paying thousands of dollars in subsidies to every adult that's out there, why don't instead you drop $5,000 into someone's account when they're born that grows with the stock market, that's invested in the stock market, just in an index or whatever. $5,000, and by the time they're an adult, you got a substantial amount of money in there. That's continuing to grow. And then you can talk about subsidizing an adult that might need more or whatever. But for the most part, your worries as a government are over. Fucking doesn't call it First Day Alive. That's what your parents' coverage is for. Your parents cover the kids, not your own. KLO going juice monster here. ES. I gotta do it on Trade View. ES mini futures. Whoa. Clearly it's not real, but that's a very interesting candle. Someone got the fill of their life. Space bounce. Did it bounce right on 5? Oh no. Not yet. Get down to low a day again. Crack that. Do nothing. It's got room to like 470. Watch that 433 level on Microsoft. It's a 618 pullback, also previous high pivot spot. If we get there, keep it on watch. This move on Nvidia is very extended. Well, everything I'm looking at looks like dog poop. All right, I go potty. Maybe something will change by the time I come. Why? 75 contracts like. Thank you, cheese. miss anything? DXYZ. Saw that was down from its highs. The Pope didn't even move. Didn't even move. Didn't even budge. What is this pop? Good God. KLO, want to move. Golly.
Be afraid, you should not. I'll take care of
Lacey?
you. I will. Banana.
Dirty Dan, 48 months. Let's go, buddy. What are you talking about?
Can't see. Yoda can't see.
Freaking A. Previous day high. See a no flake. Kind of keeping my eye on this DXST on the VWAP. 5-minute cucking right now. Probably a little bit of a diagonal through here. Broke the low here. Didn't do anything. First 5-minute candle, low candle. I'm interested. HGBC still high today, pushing that dollar level. What is this level here? 430.
Partial execution.
There it is.
Partial execution.
Oh, come on. Really? You're gonna go? You bastard. It's got this 47 level.
Partial execution.
Of course, it got filled at 50. That was bad. 148. Okay. Aw. That was break even trade on it, $10. All right, we're back to green now. After that first.
Did I jump scare you? Yeah, I bet I did.
Boom! You passed the sell button because.
Did I jump scare you? Yeah, I bet I did. Did I jump scare you? Yeah, I bet I did.
I'm gonna have a heart attack! Markets are. Is that Bitcoin? Hmm. Sit the bow!
Did I jump scare you? Yeah, I bet I did.
I'm trying to write up a little learning thing here, put in the educational section, but I'm about to die in the process. Kind of break down here what I saw. All right. So why did that work? So I'll put this in the educational section of Discord. I was looking at a 5-minute chart first and foremost. On the 5-minute chart, you saw this candle under candle under candle under candle that didn't do anything for the shorts. You bring it down to a 1-minute chart, you'll see that with those 5-minute candle under candles, it actually created kind of a descending triangle here. And the kicker was on that last 5-minute candle under candle, you actually broke this support from here and it didn't do anything. That's your kind of number one sign that there's no more strength to the downside, and maybe a topside move is worth a shot. So on the first 5-minute candle over candle, I went long right here around 4:30, and that coincided with the breakout of this descending triangle, especially after a failed move to the downside. And you got a pop, you broke this horizontal level, and now you've broken this horizontal level. Very nice. Very clean setup. I'll put this in Discord. Did I sell at the top? No, I don't think I would ever sell at the top. I sold at this level when it started to stumble a little bit, and as soon as I sold it, juiced even more. Lobo, interesting. So 16. Maybe. HUBC gearing up. AMD. Dude, look at Bitcoin just getting wrecked. I warn y'all. This CODX is very similar to the play we just watched in DXST. I wish there was a 5-minute cuck right here. What percent? It's Cosmo. I've changed my criteria for trading. So I lost a lot of money trying to play those 40-50 cent spread stocks. I just can't do it on this platform. They got to be tighter. Yeah, just got to be tighter. And I'm typically only playing compression breaks. And one thing that got me in trouble is trying to play continuation when the stock just is not near the highs or even over the VWAP for that matter. What's this about spreads? I can't play with wide spreads. SBCE getting down there again. So the levels are not holding. Well, we just got here. We just got here. All right. We just got
That's
here.
what she said.
Son of a bitch. Okay, I'm your father. Did Lobo try? So 5 didn't hold on SBC, but still got other levels there. People bought it because they thought it was SpaceX. Are you serious? That's why it went? No. Everyone knows that's not SpaceX. I think that's a theory. But how do you explain every other space play juicing at the exact same time? RKLB. ASTS. I mean, they all juiced. DXYZ did. They bought it because they thought people would think it's fake. I believe that. The XST. All right. 5-minute pullback. STI. Getting up there. $200 PE. Yeah, that is crazy. What? These banks, man, that are fun. Like, where are they getting the money? Where are these banks getting the money for that? It is at 24. Tesla at 341. The vault. HPE down. AMD, nice curl on AMD. It's all Tampa fans. Speaking of Tampa, this is the time of year, if you're a hockey fan, this is the time of year to buy some memorabilia that would normally be really expensive. But since your team's out of the playoffs, everyone hates your team. So I got Vasilevsky signed Conn Smythe picture. This is an 11 by 14. This is a 1 of 5 print from Fanatics. I got a Kucherov. That was $40. $40. AIEO? Huh? EO? AI? What are we talking about? White House signs executive order promoting advanced AI innovation and security. Oh, executive order is what that meant. And then the other one I got was Kucherov. This was $60. $60 autographed Kucherov from Fanatics. It was an auction on the NHL website. Pretty cool. The corner looks beat up? No. It's in a sleeve. Ain't looking beat up. Are you still mad that I was bidding you up not too long ago? You mean on that stick right there that I own and that you don't? I can't believe you were looking to buy that. I was at that game. Were you at that game? No. Why were you even bidding on it? There was a million other things in there. Son of a bitch. From then on, I have refused to announce what I'm bidding on because of you, Time Taker. I got it pretty cheap. I'm actually kind of shocked. I was willing to pay over $1,000 for that stick. It's got pretty much every important Hall of Famer. Important Hall of Famer before 1999 on there. Gordie Howe. I got it for like $400. Probably would have been $300 if Time Taker wasn't bidding me up. Shut up, Luke. I'm your father. DXST 5-minute. Nice. Devs is juice today? Look at that one. Generac saying they have a significant agreement with a hyperscaler, but they do not disclose. Son of a bitch. Speaking of, we gotta look at Ford here. Is this pulled back yet? Dang it. Shipping. So it was stupid. It was supposed to be $9 if I would have bought one of them, but they were supposed to combine the shipping because I bought two from the same seller. The seller sent them, and the auctions ended 30 minutes from each other. So you would have thought, oh yeah, no problem. Ship next day, bada bing, bada boom, combined shipping. What does Fanatics do? They ship them 2 separate envelopes and charge me $18. It's like, what the hell? So I might actually have, I mean, it's $9, but I was bidding accordingly. What's up, Higgles? I have Clawbot set up to scan for SJ handles on auction. Shut your mouth. Sorry, ASTC 12 and let's both play 15-minute charts working Sensei. Let's go, Bishop. Actual shipping is $1.50. Nah. I ship stuff all the time. Well, on something that thin, actually, it might be pretty cheap. Bastards. Never thought of it that way. AMD looking decent. Tell you what, the CODX, it broke levels down here. It's not really doing anything. I want to maybe try the first 5-minute candle over candle if we get it. Time Tagger, you just know, bud. I am going to bid up any and everything that I think you want in the near future in all of history. Okay, just so you know. I'm gonna freaking bid the shit up of anything you're going to try to buy.
I am never gonna financially recover from this.
Can you believe we lived in a time of the Tiger King? Like, looking back on it, that was a momentous moment for humanity. Is he in jail still? Imagine doing a show, almost getting eaten in said show by tigers, then having the audacity to try to kill your arch rival when the entire world's spotlight is on you. He passed away? No way. Tiger King. I thought is he alive? Is alive and currently serving 21-year federal prison sentence in Fort Worth, Texas. Yeah, I thought he was asking Trump for a pardon too. Joe Exotic. What a name. The gay ringleader of the tiger world who would tempt his young prey and get him addicted to drugs so he could have sex with them. I mean, you can't make this shit up. And instead of just having boyfriends, he would marry them. Every one of them. Shocker he wasn't from Florida. Where did it film? Where is that zoo at? Is it in existence anymore? This ASTC is juice in here, boys. We got a daily on ASTC now. 43.33. Best way to cut your debt in half is to get married. What a fantastic show. All right, this is picking up big here. This 43 break was ginormous. Gotta watch this on a pullback. AMD 5-minute. Check that on the 1 hour. What are you seeing that you like? Like kind of below and go here was nice. ASTC halting up. FL. Devs starting to go. Now that's interesting. Devs did break that 657 level and holding up, like, and consolidated for it, the retest here. Need to watch devs. Penny plays are starting to juice. All right. Codex. That's off the list now. That didn't do anything. VSig. I think this did a daily. No, it did not do a daily yet. VSig 990 is the level. It's got a buck or so to go. HUBC retest the VWAP coming up. TLTR. REPL. Pull back. Robinhood. Pull back. P. NSC. Newegg. What'd you do? Nothing. SPCE. Still holding on to this 90 MA on the daily here. Let's see. Mask. NTS, pullback, SG. Sam Altman. OpenAI plans AI tools for finance, legal interface with Anthropic. Him's moving. KLO, it's very nice. Jay-Z is off the list. MLGO really didn't go anywhere with that breakout. RDW. Daily setting up. HPE. Not doing much yet today. DBGI. AOI. MRVL pulling back. This might be a bounce spot. It's 280. Lower Bollinger Band on the 1 minute, 5 minute, you're on the 90 May. 1 minute Stokes, you're oversold. You might get a bounce. And there's your bounce. Not a lot today. Hello. Devs 1 minute maybe. Gotta stop there, bud. Zach Wierenski got the best defenseman. Well deserved. He wins the Norris. There's your bounce on MRVL. Who would you want on your team? Makar, Hughes, or Wierenski? Maybe Hughes. But Wierenski's the better defenseman out of all of them. Devs, did it go? I was watching MRVL go without my. Oh my gosh. Holy hell, that bounce, man. AMD, cuck and go levels. Don't like the back D though. SPCE. Basic went? The daily? Not yet. Getting close though. Devs 1 minute building out. Give him Columbus would pick McCarr Hughes. I don't know. He did really well on a really crappy team. I think he should have won it last year. AMD went. He went from the Real Stock Guys channel. I think he's talking about stocking, not that I'm a fake trader. Oof. Oof, big seller. Course shows up as soon as I go long there on support. We think Thursday pre-market is going to be... I don't think so, but now that everybody thinks it's going to be crazy, maybe it will be crazy. MACD's flipped. How was my month of May? Green. I'd have to look at how much. I have no idea. Finally getting a little bit of a footing in May. 2 gaming foot pedals. I have no idea. I want a shopping spree. I mean, $100? Call that a shopping spree? I call that a couple misses at Taco Bell. SPCE. Yeah, I'm bouncing off. What is this? Okay. Here for it a little bit. I want to see this 5-minute. It's the first 5-minute cock in a hot minute here. The only thing I don't like is you didn't get like a true low and go. So now you have this level that absolutely could dump you. But it is your first 5-minute cock, and oh well, shoot, you had one here. If it really wants to reverse a little bit, we got to start taking out some of these 5-minute peaks. First one up, it's 476. Okay. A lot of 40,000, 49,000, 50. Damn. And it's gone. All right. That was a good trade. A nice little $100 win. AMD chooching. Stokes is getting a little extended. We might get a pullback, and I would watch for the 90 MA on the 1 minute to hold if and when that happens. But it is trying to hold the 76 level. That's a good sign. What stock is SPC? This is Virgin Galactic. OKLO 5 minute, I believe. Let's look at that one. Yeah, that 5 minute looks good. 7277, MACD could crawl. Let's give it a shot here. Would have been a perfect low and go if I was really watching it. The MACD needs a flip. I should have waited. I got lucky. The old cock and drop is going to give it to me. So close. Don't like the declining volume as we move up. Needs to break this level and give me some volume. It's better. All right, I'm out. 45 bucks, whatever. Now we'll push a 73. CP, what was that candle? SPC, here's your 9 EMA test. $74. Right through the level. Things are just not moving right now. $10. Devs took a nasty fall there. HUBC is kind of setting up for a 15-minute move. You look at the 15-minute chart, bounced off the VWAP. So watch that one. HPE. Might look at this for a short if it bounces. Green Safari. Yeah, we're up $117. Nothing to write home about yet. There's just not much moving. What's ASTC doing? Oh. It's doing stuff all right. That would have been a nice break on that W here. I don't even have it up. Spreads aren't as bad as they were the other day. I need to pull back. Let's just buy the morning dip on SPY every day until it stops working. Yeah. It seems like that. Like every stock that has moved is just dip and then rip. Every single day. Zero? I don't know, man. Kind of just disappeared. Quit your
Be
job.
afraid you should not.
Damn.
Oh, take care of you. I will.
Numb on that there, banana there, Yoda. Just yum on it. RZLT popping up.
Banana.
RZLT's into the gap.
Can't see. Yoda can't see.
SPCE has a devs all the way back up. MRVL, we got a little price compression. Base working. Oh, that W did work out, didn't it? Slowly but surely. The question I have for Thursday is what penny stocks are holding some news for Thursday? That's what I have a question for. Or maybe even next week. Maybe we get an influx of just penny stock news. CODX alert going off. Kind of ugly. MRVL. Trying to go here. This is 8380. Do it. Should film. PTON. An infringement case. Luke, I'm your fada. It's 500 minimum. You guys just do that to troll me. It's a 500 minimum. This freaking guy. You owe me 200. This ain't no damn charity. It's expensive. All right. There we go, Luke. Met the goal for the day. Let's go, bud. Let me pull it up. All right. You want AMC? $5, you get 2 shares. Let's go, bud. Market order. Boom, you're in. 201. 201 cost basis. Let's put you in the books. Where is it? There we go. AMC. 6 to 26. 2 shares at 201. Why does it say 720%? That math ain't math in there, bud. Whatever. Luke, I am your father. Boom, you're in. Really, Neon Tiger? I didn't get that email. Why did I get that email? MRVL going for high day again. Thank you again, Luke. I'm your fada. Good luck in your move into the 100% club. Shut up, Cheese. SpaceX trying to get 1. SpaceX aiming for 1.75 trillion valuation US IPO, including green shoe options. SpaceX has indicated it plans to raise at least 75 billion in all primary IPO. Oh, I took that, and this is the spread shit I was talking about that is gonna nuke me. Usually this moves on any kind of SpaceX news. Not really on this one. Hmm. $45,000 shares with a 50-cent spread. So cool. Okay, hello, gearing up for a move. Got this 5-minute cuck that did nothing. Watch for another try higher. Watching this HUBC 15-minute chart, holding the 9 MA in the 15-minute, looking for a curl there. Devs is holding the 9 so far. ASTC kind of needs some consolidation there. MRVL gearing up for a high day move. Peloton not doing anything on that patent infringement case. It's a shame. Okay, hello, 5-minute looks really good. How much time do we have left? 2 more minutes on that? Oil just took a juice. Video pushing down again. HPE still pushing down. It's getting close to that 50. Need to watch it around there, I think. Okay, little 5-minute setting up. Real nice. Real nice like. Actually, it might go right now. 7360. BJDX private placement at the market. Can I short this? BJDX 23 million.
Rejected.
Only eligible for long positions. That's a shame. Okay, hello. MRVL could go here. Whoa, 70-cent spread there for a second. Well, this didn't do anything. Let's get me out. Oh, hello. Oh, okay. Gotta love it, right? Base it, barely base it, barely base it, barely base it. Freaking $250 loss. Gotta love it. Ace with the juice, huh? Good find there. OLOX. We talked about that one earlier. Day. Oh. 1120 is the high from the other day? No, it's not right. But why is it showing 1120 high? It's 1239. It's a big level. Just needs volume. M on Marvel? It's looking like a short, right? You tried 3 times to break high day. Actually, you didn't break high day yet. SPC coming back down. Stack hitting the scanners. What are you doing? Okay. Oh, thank you, Luke. All right, we got a Microsoft keynote. Happens in 5 minutes. We'll watch that. Definitely want to listen to some partnership stuff. Maybe potential long on AIM or NVIDIA here, as I'm sure they mentioned that partnership. BSTC 5-minute curl potential here. High is 47.65. There you go, Salty. Stack still moving. Spreads here terrible. Spineless feta. SPCE still around that 460 level. That kind of needs to hold up. UMAC big move. On that T? No, not on that. Not yet. TQQQ, huh? I'm regretting this right now. I already regret it. Should have waited. Should have waited. All right, now literally 40. My IE big pop there. What was that? 47.40 is now the 5-minute. Should have waited for that. Okay. $1.50 spread. What is that? I ain't playing that game. Freaking breaks the level, goes to 48, and what happens? The bid counteracts the entire move. Crawfish, delicious. Oh, look at that BJDX. I wish I could have shorted it. Well. How much I order? 40 pounds. Three takebacks? Everything I'm looking at, not looking so hot. Stack, what are you doing here? Stack with a W, fail. LASE. Grinding up. Grinding up. It's got room to 2. Sandman program. Oh, thank you. I'll have to get on that. We should have the Microsoft event. It's not live yet. I took some NVIDIA calls on my big account going into this Microsoft event. See if we get a little mojo out of that. Which date? Just the dailies. Just today. I think I took the... Oh, I'm not going to say because you guys are going to dick me over. That's right, Diggs. Rising up. Back on my feet. Da, 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 da. TQQQ. What do you want me to look at here? Tell me to go along the queues? It's starting, Luke? Oh, there we go.
So about really coming to grips with the new opportunity, right? For us as developers, for the companies that we work at, as well as the broader world. So today we're going to unpack this. This conference is all about that. And if there's one key takeaway, it would be this. How do you all participate fully in this frontier intelligence ecosystem? Right? It's not about any one piece of technology that you'll hear about or even the platform itself. It's about the value that you can build, you can compound, you can create on top of the platform. That's what a developer conference needs to be about, and that's what we will focus on. So let's kind of get into it. Let's take a look at this AI stack that this conference is going to unpack in a great amount of detail. It starts, of course, with the compute fabric, right? That ubiquitous compute fabric that spans the edge and the cloud. You then have this layer, which is the emerging layer where you have the models, you have context, you have the tools the models can access. And then on top of that, you have the runtime where you deploy your agents and applications that you build on top of the context layer, on top of the model layer. And then, of course, you have the best tooling to do all of this. And then you have the security, the compliance, and the governance, right? That's the simplest form of the tech stack. But let's kind of start where it always starts, which is infrastructure. And in fact, let's start at the edge with Windows. Because when you step back, the amount of compute there is at the edge is actually astounding, right? I mean, think about every NPU, GPU, CPU even, every PC. If you sort of aggregate that, that's a lot of compute power. So we asked ourselves one simple question, right? If we can deliver unmetered intelligence to every desk and every home, right? It takes us all the way back to the very beginning, but that's what we said. Can we do that in this era of AI? And in fact, we're in some sense delivering that already today, right? When you look at something like, say, Outlook Summarize, it's actually using onboard AI locally. Same thing with PowerPoint Alt Text or Teams Super Resolution. It's just not Microsoft stuff. It's, for example, Adobe After Effects or Premiere are both using Windows ML across NPUs and GPUs for local processing. And so today, one of the things that I'm really excited about in order to tap into all this compute power is to expand the scope of Windows ML and Windows AI, right? So you now have the full install base of GPUs that you can get to. So I'm really thrilled that every developer out there can count on building for local onboard AI and then have it run across all of the install base. Now, we are also announcing two very cool new models that are all going to run on Windows in box. The first is a new SLM. It's sort of a more efficient model, Ion Instruct. And it's a great reasoning model. And then we have the planning model, Ion Plan, which is a local agentic loop. I mean, think about it, right? You now have a full local agentic loop. You can give it tools access and build a fully onboard agentic applications without having to round trip to the cloud. And of course, we said in order to really push the limits, realize this unmetered intelligence, there's also a lot of hardware that's evolving too. And so we're thrilled to see the innovation across the Windows ecosystem, right? It's AMD with their Ryzen processors. The Panther Lake stuff from Intel is just exciting to see. Qualcomm announced two sets of things which are great. One on the high end with Snapdragon X2 Elite. And then on the low end, even for sub 500 PCs with Snapdragon C. So it's great to see all of this. And of course, that brings us to NVIDIA and RTX Spark. This is a next generation SoC for PCs. It brings together the CPU, the GPU, as well as the AI capabilities into a single SoC. And that's the exciting part. And it includes unified memory architecture and also the integrated DRTM, right? So you now have all of the systems innovation and the SoC coming together. And we're really thrilled that one of the first devices that we built was the Surface Ultra, right? It's a beautiful device, and it really brings the power of NVIDIA together with the design and the craftsmanship of Surface. It's 128 gigabytes of unified memory. It's beautiful 2,000 nit display, and it has an all-day battery life. And so we're very excited to see this later this fall. And it's also wonderful to see all the designs from all the OEM partners who are building, taking advantage of this new SoC and the new platform and bringing out some pretty exciting machines that are going to be all available come this fall. And so, of course, we said, okay, this is fantastic. What can we do next? So we said, let's try and push this and push the architecture to its limit for developers.
If I ever
right?
find one of these lying around again, I swear to God,
max the memory,
I will stop being so polite. Get the f out of my sight before I demolish
that's the dream machine. And that's what we're announcing today. Surface RTX Spark, DevBox. Let's roll the video.
And GOO.
Everything's in blue.
All right. Yeah, this is, it's truly a dream machine. It's got a 1 petaflop of AI compute, 20 CPU cores. All of those things have 128 gigabytes of unified memory access. So super excited about this.
Subscribed on the wires for Google.
I bet it is.
There. You know, so then we said, why stop there? We said, what if we did one more thing?
Bet it is.
And in fact, I think Jensen did that already when he said Windows is coming to the DGX station. So a new, I describe it as the desktop data center, which you can have
Alphabet
right
stock
there.
mandatory sales are said to be
1 trillion
oversubscribed.
parameter model locally. I mean, just to sort of put it in perspective, it's pretty close to what perhaps we had when we built GPT-2, 5, or 3, right? When it was one of the first supercomputers. So it's pretty crazy to think that we've come this far where you can now have a data center on your desktop. And of course, we're extending the developer endpoints even to the cloud. Windows 365 now has the developer distribution that's optimized for developer productivity in the cloud. So that's the Windows 365 that I use every day. And it's simply about making Windows, whether it's on the laptop, the desktop, the cloud, wherever, the best place to build. And so to that end, we have tons and tons of updates, right? We're starting, by the way, with one of the favorite things for all of us, which is distraction-free dev environment. We're also introducing an intelligent terminal, which has got built-in GitHub Copilot, right? Terminal with sort of the Copilot intelligence. And of course, there's lots and lots of Linux love across Windows now. So you have 70 plus utilities. So grep in full glory is now available for regular Windows access. 70 plus utilities, as I said, all of that is coming to Windows. We're also bringing things from the Mac that you love, things like Starship, Z Shell, Homebrew is going to be native on Windows as well, so you'll be able to switch to Windows. And today, we're announcing WSL containers. This is, I know, been a point of pain when you're managing all these environments, switching all the mental gymnastics of trying to keep this straight. So having first-class support for containers will really
watch this 48
help us,
on ASTC.
Be in the flow when you are
failed
building
before.
and deploying locally.
And
to show you all of this on our new Surface RTX Spark, I wanted to invite up on stage Kayla to just take a spin through all the dev tools.
Kayla Cinnamon.
Go ahead.
What a name.
Our team has been working hard to make Windows a great place for development. And today, I'm going to show you some major improvements and delighters you can try out today. So what we have here is the default experience on the Surface RTX Spark dev box. Right away, it feels calm. There's no news feed, no widgets popping up, no notifications, and of course, we're in dark mode. I'm immediately ready to start development. Well, there's one thing I'd like to change. I like to put my taskbar on the left. So let me jump into my taskbar settings using the new Run, which is built leveraging the architecture of PowerToys command palette. No. I want it all the way on the left. There we go. After popular demand, we're excited to announce that vertical taskbar is now available in Windows Insider builds. The new Surface RTX Spark also has a bunch of key dev tools already installed, like Python, Node, and many more of your favorites. All of the developer goodness, all in one file. And if you want to get the same experience today on your device, we're making this file available to everyone right now. We have a public repo set up with the configuration file and instructions for how to apply it using winget configure, which will make the adjustments to Windows and install all the tools. Now, one cool thing that I have running here is PowerToys' new utility called Grab and Move, which lets you hold Alt and move the window around from anywhere. Another tip is that you can enable End Task, which lets you end the process without having to open Task Manager. So let me jump into my dev drive. Dev drives run on REFS with Defender running in async and are optimized for performance when it comes to development scenarios. Also, File Explorer is Git aware. We've got stuff like last change author name, last change message, the status of each file, plus my favorite is that the branch name is on the bottom left. So now let's get started building and open our terminal. This is an experimental experience called Intelligent Terminal that makes working with agents even more seamless. When you first install Intelligent Terminal, you're greeted with the option to pick your favorite agent. I'm going to use GitHub Copilot for today, but you can use whichever agent speaks to you. Now here in Intelligent Terminal, I have a regular terminal pane at the top and an agent that's listening on the bottom, and I can work between them while the agent helps along the way. So for example, here's an error being generated. My agent pane is able to detect it and provide a fix, which is great when I don't remember the syntax, especially for something like regex.
U.S. lawmakers propose
So I'm going to work on open
12% excise tax on heavy-duty trucks.
WSL Container is a native container experience on Windows, plus it can leverage the GPU, which is perfect for the Surface RTX Spark. It can also reference your existing container files, just like the one in the OpenClaw project. So here's one of the files open in Microsoft Edit, which ships in Windows by default and just got syntax highlighting in its latest version. And then you can also just see your containers running with a simple container images command. And since we're on the topic of WSL, we're providing a WSL profile that's designed to feel comfortable for those of you who use tools like Starship, ZSH, and Homebrew. So it comes pre-configured with all of your favorite utilities, and it's available in the repo that I showed earlier. And it also includes one of my favorites, BTOP. So the Surface RTX Spark is designed for developer-heavy workloads, including serving large local models for coding. I've already done some development with a 120 billion parameter model that most machines can't even load. So here's a quick view of my usage, and we can see how many tokens I've used locally. So we're looking at about 3.4 million tokens leveraged on the device itself. Now, we can kick off multiple sub-agents using Fleet, and just so we don't have to watch me type, I'm going to use Copilot's voice feature, which is also leveraging its own local model. So I'll just hold spacebar and tell it what I want it to do. Find any console.writeline or debug.writeline calls in the Tray and Node projects and convert them to the standard logger used elsewhere in the code base.
I don't know why I said that. They didn't have it for
There we go. Now the main agent will delegate sub-agent tasks of appropriate complexity to the local model, utilizing my GPU and making it more cost-efficient. Now, as developers, while we're debugging, we're often looking through log files to diagnose any issues. Sometimes finding the location of the log files is a challenge. I'd love to be able to just type something like grep log and find them all. Ah, sweet. So on top of already adding curl, tar, and sudo to Windows, now we're adding over 75 command line utilities like env, head, tail, and touch for those of us who love to live in the terminal. So I found all my log files, but now having to parse them is the second challenge. Well, I've actually had Ion Instruct proactively performing analyses on my log files this whole time. Now I can quickly diagnose anything that's gone wrong in my development, plus I don't have to worry about token usage because it's all local. We can even take a look at our machine's resources.
Yeah,
the models are
I was
loaded,
checking that
and you
out,
can see
Chizo.
90 gigs of RAM being utilized by the GPU, truly showcasing the full power of the Surface RTX Spark. We were able to use 3 local models simultaneously, unmetered, while going about our regular dev flow without a hitch. That's huge.
Oh, clap. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
So I know you're going to love what the team is working on. We hope it gives you a glimpse of what's possible on Windows today and where we're headed next. Thank you. Back to you, Satya.
Yeah, that's really the beginning of this idea of unmetered intelligence, having those models and having the
MRVL
agents
back
using
to the
models
highs.
work in parallel to what you may be doing along with the cloud as well. And that, I think, is what the platform enables as first class. Now let's move to the cloud. The driving equation for us remains the same, which is tokens per dollar per watt. How do we optimize around this, right? So when we think about the systems
That was a nice 5 minute to
we
play
think
off
about
of.
electrons coming on one end,
Really
and
nice
tokens
low
on
and
the
go
other
with it.
end, and how do we think about the systems optimization end to end? It starts with the data center design itself, right? The core compute, storage, network, all the accelerators that go into accelerating each of those components. How do you even think about the DC to DC?
Big level here on
connectivity and the
NVIDIA. This is
networking, as well as
22468
the offload
range.
to something like the local compute, right? That's the sort of systems
This is
challenge.
where
But before we
on the
even
levels,
get into all of the
this is
the
where it kind of
systems
topped
and the
out
technology
yesterday.
and the innovation, perhaps the most important design criteria for us is how do we earn the permission from the communities in which we're building these data centers? And that's where these principles ground us and focus us. How do we ensure that the DCs do not increase the electricity prices? Making sure that we are replenishing all our water use, creating jobs in the local communities for the local residents, adding to the tax base, making sure we're strengthening the communities by investing in local training and the nonprofits in the area. Only when we live up to these principles, do the hard work around it, is when we earn the permission to go ahead and innovate and build. And we've been doing a lot of data center build out. Today, Azure spans more than 500 data centers in 80 regions. It's the most expansive, we have the most expansive hyperscaler footprint out there. And we have added more data center capacity in the last 18 months than the first decade of Azure, just to put that in perspective. But more importantly, what we are building is also very different. In fact, the first 15 years or so, we built out the commercial cloud infrastructure for a set of heterogeneous, workloads that spanned the enterprise. But now when you look at what we're building, right, when you think about all the gigawatts that were going to come online, really they have three dominant workloads. There is training, there's inference, and then there is the agent runtime, right? These are three dominant workloads. And in fact, when you look at Fairwater, it was sort of our first AI super factory. It spanned two regions, Georgia and Wisconsin. The entire system was designed from the ground up for AI, right? We worked, in fact, very closely with even NVIDIA on this, and it's a two-story architecture that lets us essentially place racks, obviously in 3 dimensions, and pack the maximum number of GPUs densely with network access. That means you really got fantastic higher performance networking, lower latency, and more effective bandwidth across the entire cluster.
Off the lows now,
and
$12.06 down.
we're rethinking even the power delivery, right? So we started, okay, how do we deliver hundreds of kilowatts per row while minimizing all the loss, right? Which is the conversion loss that happens from the grid to the silicon. So we basically sort of even took a new approach.
Okay, low levels.
All of this also changes with the cooling system, right? And water. So in fact, the cooling loop is filled once, and the data center can operate effectively with 0 water consumption. In fact, the daily water usage over the course of an entire year is roughly equivalent to what a single restaurant would use, right? I mean, that's...
Devs 58, very interesting.
And when it comes to the systems and the silicon, again, we have a lot of choice. We have first-party silicon, we have partner systems. We were the very first cloud to bring up, in fact, NVIDIA's Vera Rubin system for validation. Very exciting to see that. We're working closely with AMD. We worked with them on MI300. Now we're working with them on their next generation AMD GPUs. Maya 200 is continuing to scale. In fact, it's live in Iowa and Arizona. We'll deploy it internationally later this year. It delivers 30% improved tokens per dollar compared to sort of what's the leading GPU today. And we have validated it with 5.5, GPT 5.5, and we are going to use that to power Microsoft 365 Copilot. And so when it comes to running these agents, the interesting thing now is it's no longer just about having an AI accelerator or a GPU. The CPU is really critical. In fact, the ratios may be even coming to 1:1. And that's why we are innovating with Cobalt. We're announcing the preview of Cobalt 200 VMs, our next generation ARM-based CPU designed for both cloud native and agent workloads today. So it's exciting to see Cobalt make progress as well.
Whoa.
You know, one thing that we've been trying to make sure is that it's being optimized for these new workloads I talked about, right? These new agent workloads. So in fact, Cobalt delivers 50+% better performance than Cobalt 100 on cloud native. But we started benchmarking them using the GitHub Copilot traces, these agentic traces, to see, because the call patterns are so different. And we're now seeing 33% lower latency for the agent calls, 14% faster speed, 23% higher throughput. So
ASTC
this is
coming
about
back
the
up.
co-design of both the AI accelerator and the CPU for the agent. And of course, when you talk about AI workloads, you need scale, you need reliability, and that's why the network becomes super critical. We have innovated with the MRC architecture and rebuilt how
So
traffic
sloppy.
across Azure moves to support AI workloads, which are fundamentally synchronous data parallel workloads, right? And so therefore they span tens and thousands of GPUs. And so you need to have them coherent. That's what the next frontier of, is for us to make sure we're able to keep scaling the network architecture. And of course, it's not about just inside the data center. It's also about connecting across the data centers. And every Fairwater data center, for example, is connected through our continent-spanning AI WAN, forming this truly fungible compute fabric. And all this innovation is exciting, but when you think about innovation, designing for AI, and I would say deep understanding of systems, there's no better company than NVIDIA, and there's no better person than Jensen to talk about it. So I wanted to invite, live from Taipei, Jensen Huang, CEO and founder of NVIDIA.
What happened to my freaking shit? Oh. I need to go up there.
Jensen, thank you so much for being
Come on,
at
Jensen,
Build
pump
Again.
this.
I know it's
Pump
late
it, baby.
for you in Taipei. I really appreciate you staying up. At the end, I've been looking at social and everything people have been talking about since your keynote over the weekend. And suddenly, this concept of unmetered intelligence right at the edge is so hot again. So maybe you want to talk a little bit.
Juice it, Jensen.
Talked about this, and now, of course, with RTX Spark, really delivered, I think, what's a breakthrough system for AI to be much more ubiquitous. But maybe, Jensen, you can just share a little bit your vision around where you see this going.
Well, this all started about 3 years ago between a conversation between you and I. And we were talking about how we could build a new class of PCs that's incredible for designers and creators, and it would be incredible for artificial intelligence, and it would be one of these systems that has the processing capability, but also the software stack that's integrated into the world's design packages and creator packages, and of course all the things that we're doing with AI. And here we
This is
are.
gonna go down. He's not wearing a leather
3
jacket.
years later, we built
That's like
an
suede or something.
incredible new chip. And this
We're gonna go down.
system
It's gonna tank.
is supported by all of this new software that you created for Windows.
It's gonna tank.
And we now have the ability
Shares of
to
Eversource
have
Energy
essentially an
getting a pop
autonomous
on that.
agent running on the PC. Now, when you take a step back and you think about what does that mean?
That's Echo Sandy.
For the 40 years that, or some 30 years we've been working together,
Starbucks also,
we went
ticking
from
higher now, 97.55,
inventing
up,
DirectX together
1%.
to creating
And Alcoa getting a
now
small pop
this
here, up 6%
incredible
now at
computer
82.51.
that has autonomous systems running. The PC evolved from
How did that not go?
being an incredible tool to now being a tool that's used autonomously by an AI assistant. And so
Thanks, Cam.
the idea that I could be traveling and I'm on the phone and I could text my PC and ask my PC to get some coding done or some idea that I have, and it would fire up the
Trump
tools
and Iran
on the
conversations
PC,
between us have been going
and it would
continuously.
make the modifications or the changes or the design that I told it to do, and it would iterate with me while I'm away from the PC. My PC became an assistant. While I'm sitting there, of course, this PC would be my great assistant as well. And so this idea that the PC evolved from a
Remember, it's
from a
not seeing
personal
too much
computer
action in
to a
markets.
personal
Comments out by
AI.
Trump.
It's just
Says
really
fake news
exciting.
reports that
And
the
to see it
Islamic
come to
Republic of
life,
Iran and the
Satya, to
USA
see it come
stopped
to
speaking
life
a few
and
days
actually
ago are
doing
false
that,
and
you know, so
erroneous.
I'm super
The
excited about it.
conversations between us have
Spark,
been going on
as you
continuously,
mentioned
including
earlier,
4
has
days
all this
ago,
incredible
3 days
capabilities,
ago,
a
2
petaflop
days
of AI
ago,
performance.
1 day
It has a
ago,
petaflop
and today.
of
Where they lead, one never knows. But as I told Iran,
this numerical
it's time,
format that
one way
our
or
two
another, for
companies
you
worked
to
on
make a
together
deal.
that
More
allows us
comments on the
to
end of news desk.
take advantage of this 128 gigabytes of memory and fit maybe a couple of 100 billion parameter model. A couple of 100 billion
78.
parameter model is state of the art.
Broke. We
And
go
so
high a day
I
all in
think
this
the
one
days of
move.
having a really smart assistant running autonomously on the PC is here.
Yeah,
51.
no, it's so awesome. And in fact, I'm also
52.
excited about Windows coming to the GB300. And so that's another thing that it's kind of like data center right on your desktop. And it's so exciting. But talking about that data center side, obviously,
12 cents.
you know, this entire thing got started when we built the first supercomputer together to train the GPT models, and we have come a long way. In fact, even I was talking about the Fairwater design. It was custom built essentially for the Grace Blackwell era to be able to max the data center design with the system design
Push
you
it.
had. And now, of course, we're
Push
validating
it.
Vera Rubin. We're
It's
very
there. Push
excited
it.
about it. Maybe you want to share a little bit about sort of what happens even on the cloud side with how you're pushing on the systems innovation.
Well, our journey is incredible. We built the first AI supercomputer together. That was based on Ampere. Of course, Hopper was
Jensen
an incredible
is
success.
moving NVIDIA a
Those
little
first
bit.
two
Needs to get up to that
generations were focused on
225.50.
pre-training. Grace Blackwell came along, and all of the focus moved to post-training, reinforcement learning, which allowed us to have reasoning models. And these reasoning models, based on mixture of experts, were incredibly intelligent, energy efficient, but it
Come on,
requires
51.50 break, then high day.
giant systems. And so we created
Stop.
NVLink72, and the entire rack became one computer. We had evolved from one node to now one rack. Well, Microsoft deployed the largest number of Grace Blackwells in the world today. The fastest and the largest number of Grace Blackwells in the world. Fairwater is just a magnificent
High
system
is
to look at. It's just a
51.50.
miracle of engineering. It's just an incredible feat. It's completely liquid cooled. You mentioned something earlier that I'm very proud of as well, that it's closed looped, basically uses almost no water, and it's incredibly environmentally friendly. It's energy efficient. We're able to increase the token generation rate and reduce the cost of token generation by an order of magnitude, some 30 times over Hopper. So that was a huge achievement.
Watching the
Well,
30-second
Vera Rubin
cock for
was
a
created
early entry here.
for a world where these AIs are now agentic. And so whereas Hopper was created for pre-training, Grace Blackwell for training, post-training,
Still
and
watching
also
it for
inference, Vera
re-entry
Rubin
here.
is designed to run agents. It's agents, as you know, this computing pattern is exactly the same computing pattern we're going to run on the RTX Spark. It's exactly the same agentic
Juice
system,
it
except,
in.
of course, it's
Juice
gonna
it,
be much,
Jensen.
much
Juice
faster.
it.
We're going to process enormous number of them simultaneously. Many of them are going to be from different customers and different partners. And so the entire path, the entire coding path from storage, which is the long-term memory, the working memory,
Boom.
is encrypted. The data is encrypted in transit. The data is also encrypted in use. And so we're going to really innovate in the area of confidential computing. And so this entire disaggregated, distributed computing system, you mentioned CPUs. Vera is a revolutionary CPU designed for agents. You know, the past CPUs were designed for humans. And, you know, we're just more patient than agents are. And agents want low latency, just as you've been working on as well. Vera was designed for extremely low latency. And so Vera Rubin is just completely revolutionary. I can't wait to show it to everybody. You've already stood it up.
Yep.
Our two teams have been working very closely, you know, almost long before the chips taped out, long before the systems were brought up. Our two teams were already completely aligned.
High day.
And so the data centers were created for Vera Rubin. Vera Rubin is designed and integrated into your complete stack, into your networking, into your security. And so the moment that our systems were rolling off the lines, they were being stood up at Microsoft. So I'm incredibly excited about the collaboration.
Yeah, I know this speed of light execution between the teams is fantastic to see. And of course, all this is to power the ecosystem around us, right? I mean, you and I, having grown up with the PC, the server, and now with AI, have always thought about, ultimately, it's about creating the opportunity for every developer, every organization to build on the work that we do and the platforms we create. And speaking of that, there's a lot of software that NVIDIA builds that's all also coming. For example, we're going to have your models in Foundry, your tooling in Foundry. We're going to have, in fact, your software even help us with accelerating our workloads when it comes to even the data warehouse.
All right.
We're going to obviously have stuff in Windows. Just talk a little bit about that broader vision of what does it mean for us an opportunity, right? Because everybody talks about this one model or one piece of tech, but it's about the broadest, biggest opportunity for people to create value. Maybe you want to share a little bit about that.
Well, we've been preparing for this moment. You know, what happened in the last several months, we've been working for a decade and a half together, getting ready for really what happened in the last several months. All of a sudden, because of agentic systems, the convergence of these really great models, AI is now useful. If you just look at GitHub, the commits into GitHub is gone completely parabolic. In the last several months, the number of commits increased by a factor of 3. It's clear that agentic systems are useful, that it's doing productive work, and also tokens are now profitable as a result. And
Barely
so
getting
the
1,000 shares a minute here,
demand
bud.
for compute between the usage of the AI and the computation that's necessary for agents, the compute demand has really gone through the roof. Well,
Jay-Z trying to get that bounce on, huh?
been doing together is making sure that all of the tools that the agents are going to use are fully accelerated. Fabric, for example, is now fully accelerated. We're accelerating data processing, SQL, Spark, semantic-based,
Are you in it, Hex?
vector-based, graph-based. We're going to make sure that all of the tools that are available on Azure are going to be fully GPU accelerated because the agents are going to be impatient. The faster we can get the answers back to the agents, the faster they can iterate, the faster it can generate tokens, which are ultimately what the developers, both of our customers, would like to do, is generate a lot of tokens that are really profitable, that are highly intelligent.
Thank you so much, Jensen, for the partnership and the leadership and the innovation that you bring to this entire ecosystem.
We're back to green,
and
$150.
Really
What a
working closely
poopy
with
day.
you and the team and bring all this to the developers here and beyond.
That's all right.
And
it's a slow day. They're going to be there.
The next sort of few months and the next year bring.
Okay,
in terms
I
of
was
the
doing
innovation that
stuff.
gets built on top of
Yeah,
the platform.
that was
So
kind of a
thank you
low
again
and
for
go there
joining
on
us
the
late
OKLO
tonight, from Time
MRVL high day.
Thank you so much, Satya, for your partnership and friendship. Thank you.
Thank you. So far, we've talked about the edge and the cloud. The current form factors, right? I mean, when I saw that Jensen picture from the weekend where he had all the desktops, I felt like, man, I'm back in the 90s, right? Because it was so cool to see the
SPCE
lineup
still
of
hanging
all
around that
the
460.
machines that I love, that I grew up with, back yet again with new functionality, right? The same form factor, but unbelievable new functionality because of the onboard AI capability, right? So that's sort of what we've seen with the laptop, the desktop, and of course with the cloud. But it also, sets up that next question. If you have that capability, which is new function, and you can put it into existing form factors, can you even purpose build new form factors for the new function? Can you build a new platform even for the agent era? And that is the motivation behind Project Solara, which we're introducing today. And to talk about this, I wanted to invite Stevie on stage, but first, let's roll the video.
First, there's you. Then, everything in front of you. We get it. The noise, the weight of it all. And so we've been building something. A new chip-to-cloud platform for an agent-first world and for new agent-first devices. You come close, it's ready when you are. You speak, it understands you. What matters comes forward. Everything else falls away. And when you want it to keep going, it keeps going.
So watching
Your
directed
call.
laser stocks, LASR, AVAV. Department of War is tweeting out Department of War is actively seeking to scale cost-effective directed energy solutions. Join the force. Shares of LASR seeing
Clear the
heavier
way when you
activity
need
here
it
on
to.
this.
That's the idea. A whole ecosystem built to clear the way. So all that's left is where you need to go. Wherever you are, whenever it matters.
I am so excited to be here. It really is great to be back on this stage. Now, before I talk about those awesome new devices you just saw, let me start with the why. Back at Build 2023, I talked about the outside AI application structure, where AI moves from operating within the application frame to operating globally, working across multiple apps and services to connect, coordinate, and maintain context across entire workflows, devices, and timescales. What if there were an ecosystem of devices specifically designed for that new type of application structure, for those types of agents, for that transformational interaction technology? That is the impetus behind Project Solera. But with so many possible forms, which one do you pick? What is the next device? You see, the big aha for us is that it's not about choosing one specific form factor. It is about creating a system that extends your agent across a constellation of devices. The next computer is not one device. It is all these devices working together as one system, with agents showing up closer to where and when you need them. To realize this vision, two challenges immediately show up. First, many specialized form factors already exist, but often rely on custom one-off apps and fragmented stacks that are difficult and expensive to build, deploy, and maintain. And second, across every industry, people and organizations already
Kalo, getting back up there.
agents.
Who was that? Talk Jock, 29 months. Let's go, bud.
For their work, but the impact of those agents is constrained by how and where they can exist. Project Solera addresses both by giving organizations a way to extend their agents onto new, purpose-built, easy-to-manage form factors designed to reach the nooks and crannies where conventional computers either do not exist or are not optimal. It's a turnkey solution for building unique agent-first devices enabled by three pillars. First, it's
Jay-Z offering at $1?
by the AOSP-based
whoa.
Microsoft device ecosystem
what?
platform. Second, it
this
has an
morning.
agent-driven interaction model with just-in-time UI that adapts to the form factor. And third, it has extensibility so you can bring your own agents. And tying it all together is Azure, unifying the system across cloud and device. Okay, that's enough of that. Now let's talk about the devices. Today we're previewing two very broad categories. The first is stationary and the second is portable. The first device is designed for your desk, and it's built on MediaTek silicon. With Hello for Business, just walking up to the device securely signs you in, giving you direct access to your agents, just like Nathan's about to show you here. For the information worker, this means frictionless yet protected access to Microsoft 365 Copilot grounded in WorkIQ. And with a simple glance, it surfaces what matters next in your workday, helping you think, plan, and even act by delegating tasks to your agents with a simple tap or just using your voice. Think of it as a dedicated, secured ambient device for work. It even supports experiences like handoff between devices, acting as a companion to your existing Windows PC. Or it can even let you access your cloud PC through Windows 365 and a connected monitor. How cool is that? Now, the second device is portable. It's reimagining a wearable that millions of people use every day, the Access Badge. Built using Qualcomm silicon for wearable, this digital badge is a lightweight form factor designed for agent interactions on the go. And then it's adaptable across a variety of verticals and workflows. All right, I have here an early prototype of the badge. And so, thanks. And using my fingerprint, I tap to unlock the device.
Well, I was hoping for a little more on the low and go here, but
My agents in a secured manner. And would you look at that? I already have a task. And it says, gather content for your social media post for today. So why not just do it right now, right? So I'm gonna hit record. And then now the device's camera is recording. I'm gonna pan across. I hope you don't mind. I'm gonna take your shots. Yes, thank you. Copilot, find some good shots from this, clean them up, and then send them to me for me and my team to review. All right. And then there you have it. Now my agent's off, running through multiple tasks. to
ASTC
actually
back
clean this
up.
and send them to me and the team. That's pretty cool. Okay, I know it's a simple demo, but it's all agent driven, and there are so many verticals, so many opportunities. I mean, for example, imagine in healthcare, from the moment you pick up the device, the right agent shapes the experience around the role and the workflow, helping with check-ins, patient records, and critical insights, all through enterprise-grade secure
Whoa.
access. And with the
This
built-in
thing
microphones,
gapped.
the nurse can start a hands-free voice-based
That's
documentation,
wild, dude.
including
56.
diarization and annotation.
Jeez.
And the side-facing camera can be used to verify and document patient vitals, or even scan in medications and help verify workflows. You know, these are just a few examples of how this small, purpose-built wearable can bring intelligence directly into the flow of patient care, helping nurses access and gather and even act on information while staying present with the patient. And while both the stationary and portable concept devices represent a specific expression of agent-first devices, their core reference hardware are designed to be highly flexible.
Commentary on
just with a
ticker
few
Wix,
changes, loading a
WYX,
different
and
agent, adjusting
OpenAI.
the
I know
shape,
the
the
CEO
screen
of
size,
Wix
the
is
sensors, or even input methods.
tweeting on
The
partnership
same
with
foundation,
OpenAI,
the same software
saying we have been named
can
as
be
a strategic
adapted for
partner
many
with
verticals and
OpenAI for
workflows,
to
such as
Codex
retail,
Enterprise
industrial,
launch.
hospitality,
There's a
financial
Wix
service,
over the
legal, and so forth. I mean, that is the
level
power of
here.
the platform, that
Virgin
flexibility.
58.50 now on
So
this
whatever your
tweet
scenario,
from the
there
CEO
are
on
thousands of untapped
OpenAI
opportunities to bring
strategic
agent workflows
partnership
into
with
places
the
where
company.
computing has not naturally fit before. And while this is an early look, we're really excited that AccuWeather, Best Buy, CVS Health, Levi's, Target, and others are moving towards exploring how specialized agents and devices can improve their workflows. This is the broader opportunity for the ecosystem. Agents moving outside the app and taking shape in devices designed for a specific scenario, a specific customer, and a specific place. And for all of you, this is the moment to imagine where your agents should live, what form they should take, and what new work they can unlock. Last week, Satya sat down with Cristiano Amon from Qualcomm to discuss this future. Let's roll the video.
Cristiano, it's so wonderful having you here at Device Lab and to talk about these new reference designs.
Very happy to be here. I have been to this Device Lab a lot recently.
You know, one of the things that you and I have chatted for a while is how there's a real platform shift. We're moving from building operating systems, devices for apps to agents. You want to talk a little bit about how you see this?
Yeah, absolutely. And every generation of technology transition was in a shift. And I think this one seems to be a very big one. Agents really changes the whole nature of the device in itself, starting with the fact that, you know, if the AI understand the world the way we understand it, it's going to be closer to our senses. It's going to be closer to our eyes, to our mouth, to our ears. It's going to be things that we wear. And it's changing the nature of the computing. I think you need a computing that is now geared towards real-time context and from silicon to cloud.
I mean, this is sort of one of the reference designs we have, which I love. There's stuff happening at the edge here on this device. There's things on the cloud. You want to talk a little bit about the core systems and silicon implications for such a new ecosystem?
You need a very power efficient CPU. The whole silicon is designed for you to have a cloud native experience. And then you have a lot of sensors.
Right.
A lot of sensors for context. It's a much more personalized and bespoke experience than an app in itself. And I think that's changing the nature of devices. And even the definition of a wearable platform is changing in itself. And you started to see those incredible new form
Keep an eye on
factors.
this
That computing
DXST.
platform, one of the things that you and I have talked a lot about is how do you build it such that there is an open ecosystem?
Where am I on the day?
Because it's not
$160
about one
bucks.
agent. It's about
Haven't had
being
any kind of
This
real
is what makes
momentum
it
today. A
very,
couple
very,
winners on
interesting and exciting.
ASTC.
Because the smartphone today
I mean,
is at the
most
center of
wins
your
are sub
digital
$50.
life. The
And then on my
job of
losers,
those
only had 5
devices
losers, but they
today
were all
is to
pretty
be
much big. $300
extending
bucks,
the
240,
functionality of the
240.
smartphone. And because of that, you
So
actually saw
we're only up
that maybe
$160.
those
There hasn't been
platforms
anything
became
really
vertical.
moving today.
It was a
It's time to
natural
play the
fit
game.
to have a vertical platform from the same company because the phone is in the center.
Time to
That
play the
changes dynamic when you think
game.
about agents. And agents becomes the center of your digital experience. And I think the industry is going to be looking for an open horizontal platform that actually enable the agents to be interacting with the best possible device for different applications. And I think that's what's exciting.
And we want to make it possible for anybody who is thinking of an agentic system to not just be bound to current devices, but to imagine that there can be many, many devices that carry that intelligence in different contexts. And so that's the open ecosystem we want to build together. And again, it's so great to be partnered with you to get this started.
That's awesome. We're very proud of this partnership, and that's just the beginning.
Thank you very much, Stevie and Cristiano. We are very excited about Project Solara. It's sort of a new platform, but perhaps more importantly, it's a set of new platform rules.
Video about to go low
that
today.
don't, you know, in some sense, hem in what you can imagine, the type of form factors, where your agents live. I think always whenever these new platforms have come, you get to rewrite even the rules of how new platforms operate. And that's what we are trying to get done with Project Solara so that you as developers and enterprises have the flexibility to imagine the form factors that you want and have your agents be ubiquitous. Now let's go up the stack to the next layer. We are building a new intelligence layer.
It's PCE trying to curl off that 462 now.
Context as well as the tools. It of course starts with model choice. Every customer, every developer is going to choose the right model for the right task and their eval mix, latency budget, even COGS budgets. And Foundry today has over 11,000 models. It's the largest model catalog out there, from OpenAI to Anthropic, and of course even MAI models. And just last week, we brought the OpenAI real-time voice models along with Claude Opus 4.8 to Foundry. So we're continuing to bring all these frontier models. The consideration, though, about the models is becoming now increasingly key. In fact, from the last developer conference to now, when you're building any agentic system, having this context really shaped right is becoming super important. And in fact, it starts right at the data tier, right? The data estate to date has been built for applications that supported these user-facing applications, right? Now you have to change and build them for agents, which again, have very different call patterns in the data tier. Agents are continuously storing, retrieving, reasoning, acting, and learning.
RKTL.
Right? That's sort of what's happening in a continuous
nice.
loop. And you see that today. Agents are using things like Cosmos DB for their memory. In fact, ChatGPT
Is this a recent
does.
IPO? I
Azure
don't know why I
Search,
can't see further back on it.
is used for retrieval of indices and embeddings.
RKTO.
Fabric
Wait, this is
IQ for the semantic models
Hoth,
and the
right?
ontologies. It's kind of the business logic.
Yeah, we'll have to
tier
watch that one. That's
effectively
curling
for
nicely.
agents. And also, you have Fabric real-time
We'll have to watch this
intelligence
one.
for all the observability traces, which now brings me to a very exciting new service, Horizon DB, which is our fully managed PostgreSQL service on Azure. Really thrilled to have this. I mean, one of the things we wanted to make sure is we built ground up a Postgres managed service which was for high availability scale out. It's zone redundant with
Daily
automated
Cock was
failover.
nice.
128 terabytes of storage per cluster, 15 read replicas. I mean, the read-heavy workloads you can scale with this managed service.
This is the CEO
And
of
in our
Microsoft.
internal testing, we're seeing something like, the Horizon is delivering 3x throughput compared to any self-managed PostgreSQL setup. So it's super critical when you think about the scale you need. The other data workload we're also changing pretty dramatically is the data warehouse. In a world where agents are constantly querying data, the data warehouse effectively becomes a pretty mission critical, right?
ASTC,
It's
for
one thing
those
to
that
have it be mission critical for users, but when agents
are
do,
interested,
the
there's a
analysis done on the fly,
W here.
bringing
It's kind of
GPU
wider W,
acceleration
but
for
it's
Fabric,
failing a 1 minute
is
cuck here.
super
Watch
key,
for the
and
curl.
We're seeing 7x performance gain. So it's really thrilling to see that AI acceleration. So if you sort of have the data tier, the layer above this is the IQ layer that we are building that brings together essentially the model capabilities along with the data, right? So you kind of mix the data and the model capabilities so that you can deliver that right context to unlock intelligence, right? That's where, in fact, if you want, when people talk about token efficiency, this is perhaps the most important consideration, right? If you structure the context right and feed the models, then you will, by definition, going to be so much more token efficient. The first domain is the web. Web grounding is so important. You need that fresh, high quality and fast web data. And that's why we're really, really excited to announce today WebIQ. And WebIQ is built on our global infrastructure that's already serving over 1 billion users, but fundamentally re-architected for the LLM and the agentic workflow. It's model agnostic, it's MCP native, plugs right into any agent runtime. It has web, it has news, images, video, so agents can ground responses in fresh, verifiable content, and WebIQ leads across all of the 3 key criteria, right? It's best in class in quality, it's best in class in speed, as well as in cost. So we're very, very thrilled about WebIQ being in the developers' hands as you build out agentic systems. Of course, we're not stopping there. Beyond the web, every developer wants to be able to ground their agents on what's the most valuable data across the enterprise. And so we are bringing together Foundry, Fabric, and Microsoft 365 as this unified IQ layer, right? It's a continuously updated understanding of your organization to show you all of this rich IQ in action, building real-life agents. Here is Elijah. Elijah, take it away.
Agents are only as good as the context we give them. Microsoft IQ unifies enterprise intelligence for every organization. I'm here at a power utilities control center and will start by running a long-running agent.
Do it.
This agent is going to help us assess the current grid operations incident and produce a brief for us so we can respond accordingly. Now I'm gonna go ahead and kick that off. And while that runs, let me show you how we got here with context from Microsoft IQ. We built our agent in Microsoft Foundry. It's connected to various tools, and it's also wired to a Foundry IQ knowledge base, a single grounded source that packages our documents, operational data, and people into context the agent can reason over. After building the agent in Foundry, we published it to Microsoft 365 for the whole team. Let's go see it in action. Now, here in M365, I will start with a question about current events that an ungrounded LLM wouldn't be able to answer. I'm gonna ask about current electricity prices in SF. For this, our agent pulls in the first IQ in our toolbox, WebIQ, search built for the AI era. WebIQ delivers industry-leading quality, velocity, and efficiency. WebIQ constantly indexes fresh official sources from across the web, and additionally, WebIQ does a great job with semantic documents. And here we can see WebIQ gave us our answer grounded in reality. Now, not only can we deploy our agent here in M365, but we can also embed it in our custom apps. Let's head back to the control center. Let's see how we handled a previous incident. So after using WebIQ to gather external info, we asked for details about our potentially at-risk substations. The real power of Microsoft IQ comes when we combine that external knowledge with our own internal enterprise context. For this information, our agent pulls in the next layer of Microsoft IQ, Fabric IQ. Here is Brightline's grid represented as a fabric ontology, an operational model of the live grid. And critically, we didn't build this from scratch. Fabric takes the Power BI semantic models used by millions of customers today and lets teams extend them into rich ontologies that help run the business. This model, this model is coupled with live telemetry, so it reflects the real operational state of the grid minute by minute. This is what Microsoft IQ means by enterprise intelligence. Not data scattered across disparate systems, but a single living model of the business that an agent can reason over. Now, turning back to our agent, we can see that it gave us a table of our most exposed substations. That's the agent querying the ontology you just saw. Now, the agent has access to both the outside world and our grid. The last piece is the one that turns a situation into a response, our policies and our people. By asking, what are the steps to respond to a substation trip, we activate the final layer of Microsoft IQ, Work IQ. This is Brightline's response procedure in SharePoint. It's the playbook the team actually reaches for when something goes wrong. And the important thing is, the agent isn't working from a stale upload or copied snapshot. It's answering from the same source the team maintains day to day. When the procedure changes, the answer changes with it. No re-uploads, no prompt rebuilds, and no stale versions. And critically, this is your knowledge. The assets you create stay with you, no matter what model or agent is reasoning over them. Now, if we return to our agent, we can see the proper way to respond to this issue. Not a generic recommendation, but our playbook applied to this incident. Now, we just saw one situation, 3 questions, and 1 connected answer. Now let's go check back in on our long-running agent. And, let's just check the backup really quick. Moment of truth. And, boom.
Boom.
Our task finished. Here we can see every step the agent took. First, beginning with WebIQ, connecting it to the outside world. Second, Fabric IQ through Foundry, anchoring it in the real state of our operations. And third, Work IQ, grounding it in our people and procedures. I triggered this manually.
I don't know,
Foundry
Chase.
routines. This can
I
run
feel
on
like
a
shorten the
schedule,
stock just
turning
because.
a one-off response into continuous
Just because of
proactive
that.
execution.
Can I I'm gonna do
And
it.
if we look closely,
Short.
we can see it even use the power
Short.
of Work IQ to alert
There
me
we go.
directly about the
And I'm out.
incident. And if we go ahead and
What?
check Teams, It sent me an
cover.
instant brief notifying me
We made
of
money.
the situation.
I made money off of that stupidity, whatever that was. I don't even know what that was. Nice try, Talk
That's the
Jock.
power
Nice
of
try!
Microsoft IQ. When a crisis hits, the team doesn't chase answers across a dozen systems. They ask a question and get a response grounded in the world, their operations, and their people, all in one place they can trust. Back to you, Satya.
All right. Thank you, Elijah. And now, let's sort of move up from this context model layer to deploying these agents and thinking about the runtime. And when you're building a first-class
wasn't me.
agentic system, you
Maybe.
need a first-class agent runtime and a platform that we are going to ship both with Windows as well as part of Foundry in Azure. We want Windows to be a fantastic place to run and scale agents. And agents effectively are a new execution environment, right? It's a new paradigm even. They reason continuously. They generate and run code dynamically. They take actions across files and devices, as well as across the network. Obviously, there's a lot of power in it, right? The fact that it can generate code and act on it on a long-running agent that's autonomous. But obviously, it creates new risk. And that's why today we're introducing Microsoft Execution Containers, or MXC. MXC is a new policy layer that lets Windows apply isolation and containment using AI native, or rather, OS native primitives, right? You need to bake this into the operating system so that the containment is enforced by policy. You can have process level isolation for lightweight agent actions. You can have session level isolation for user separation. So Windows and Linux virtual machines, in fact, are also great, including WSL for much stronger boundaries. And in fact, if you want full isolation and containment, Windows 365 for agents for maximum isolation in a separate managed environment effectively. You can pick the right containment option for the workload, and Windows will enforce it via MXC. And so I think this becomes pretty critical as you think about deploying agents at scale on your Windows desktop. We want to ensure containment is enforced, of course, regardless of who builds the agent, right? So this is why you want to bake it into the operating system. To that end, we are working with many partners to ensure that containment we are building supports real developer workloads out there and also addresses the needs.
Okay,
In fact,
hello.
NVIDIA
Building out a
is
squeeze here on the
bringing
5 minute.
Shell to Windows to purely execute autonomous AI agents. And today, we are really thrilled to announce that OpenClaw runs on Windows leveraging MXC. Yeah, we are very deeply engaged with the team to make OpenClaw run super well on Windows. And so let me hand it over to my colleagues, Scott and Samantha, to show you OpenClaw on Windows. Scott, Samantha.
Hey, friends. You know, OpenClaw came out in November of last year, and it took the world by storm. And for the last several months, I've been using my OpenClaw to stay on top of my health. My claw can help me manage my blood sugar, and it gives me even
Imagine
proactive
wearing that shirt at
notifications
the
via heartbeat. I've got mine triaging my personal email, it's doing my GitHub issues, and tracking
event
packages.
where
and
all
even
eyes
buying
are
me
on
movie
you.
tickets.
I'm thinking,
So
this
Samantha,
is cool.
what are you using your claw for?
That's cool, Scott. I turned my OpenClaw agent into my triathlon coach. I'm nowhere near ready for my race in September, but Coach Claude developed a work-back plan for me and is using my Strava data to notify me on how I'm progressing and to keep me accountable when I'm slacking.
Now, we've both found our claws to be super useful, and that's why we're working closely with OpenClaw to make them successful and even more successful on Windows. We've been collaborating in the open
cool,
on
Scott.
GitHub
Yeah,
to
you
bring
should
you
wear
all
that.
an OpenClaw Windows companion app. It's going to help you set up your own claws or connect to existing ones, whether they're hosted in Windows or in WSL. And the Windows companion, we're going to sandbox the OpenClaw tool calls to keep you and your system safe.
Yeah, you'll see the OpenClaw Windows Companion app running right now in the background. Go ahead and right-click on it, Scott.
All right.
That looks awesome. You'll notice immediately it looks like a native Windows app because it is. It's written in WinUI 3. It's got all kinds of information about my gateway, other machines that are participating in my claw, my sessions, and my usage. I've also got quick access to things like chat, Canvas, the main dashboard, and more. Let's jump into companion settings. Within the app, we've got full chat support with tool calling. And you'll notice down here in the corner, we've got lots of permissions options along with our sandbox configuration.
Now, this sandbox is really interesting because this is using MXC, the Microsoft Execution Containers, and for this, we're going to be using process isolation. Now, newer versions of Windows are going to have even more
Well, for
containment options,
Microsoft
so you're going to
again,
want to
just
keep
for
an
these
eye out
guys.
for more news with MXC in the future. Now, I can see that I've got one-click security option settings, but Samantha, talk to me about custom folders.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah,
you've got
custom
full
folders, I'm
support
short.
about what files and folders you want OpenClaw to have access
Short,
to,
suck a-
and really
suck
granular
a custom
security
folder.
features like clipboard access or talking to the internet itself. Now, I've given it read-only desktop, read access to your desktop folder. OpenClaw already has a rich safety layer, and that layer is only augmented more by appropriate containment that can be managed by me or policies applied by IT. Now, for the purposes of this demo, I'm going to do something really scary and ask OpenClaw to delete all the files on your desktop.
That's cool.
Remember,
Just
it's
like a
watching
nice
gold
clean
and
desktop.
silver both hitting the lows of the
I
day.
think you're keeping a secret.
Following that
You hit all
continued
your
strength
icons
in
from
the
autos
US
while we were on
dollar.
stage.
Also
I
watching
think we need
oil
to show the
trading right
audience
by
who
highs of
you
the
really
day.
are.
So disrespectful. I know where everything is. Just don't touch my stuff. I know where they
A
are.
picture of Beyonce?
You know, Sam, I need to make sure that you're clear that a messy desktop is an organized mind. I'm pretty sure that
All right, I
that's
made money on it again.
That's the quote, right?
Made
So what
money
we've
on
done
it
is
again.
We've asked OpenClaw to delete those files from the Windows node.
Apple
and
hitting
the
fresh
only
highs
thing
for
that
the
is
day,
going to keep
knocking
from
above
happening is MXC because we've turned off
per
all of the
share.
many layers.
ASDC, I'm not going to play it anymore, but there it
But
is.
our IT, in this
Yesterday's
case,
closing
Samantha,
bell.
has set it
That's
to
Apple,
read-only.
AAPL,
So it's trying to go and
Alpha,
delete
Alpha,
all of
Papa,
those
Lima.
files. We can actually see the different attempts where it's going and deleting and then checking the directory and then deleting again because it's very persistent. It wants these files gone, and I want them to stay. Nope. The read-only sandbox is there. 94 JPEGs are still on the desktop. Absolutely. My desktop icons are safe from Samantha's reign of terror.
Foiled again.
Oh, my goodness. So bad.
Today we've seen security
Yes, it is.
sandboxing, WinUI 3, and
So
open
bad.
source brought together all in this alpha release of a Windows companion app. We think this app is a great opportunity to showcase OpenClaw on Windows, and it's only going to get better in the coming months.
That is right. And by the way, I want to note that we're doing all this development work on this calm Windows development machine with all the tools that I love, like WSL, containers, and containment. And I've even got GitHub Copilot with multi-model support ready to go. Now, this is literally how the team and I have been working on the OpenClaw app on GitHub. Now, people might wonder how all of this came together. Turns out that over the holidays, I got a DM from this random guy on the internet, and it took me a couple of days to get back to him. And then when I did, we just had this kind of cool idea that maybe he should come to Microsoft Build. Now, I think there's one more person that we all want to thank for bringing the next generation of agents to world. Everybody put your hands together for the Claw Father himself, Peter Steinberger.
The Claw Father?
Samantha, it's just showing off my secret DMs. I'm so excited to see OpenClaw native on Windows. You know, watching a claw try to delete all your desktop files.
I'm looking at the wrong.
Education
made me really
Technology
happy.
Group, ADS, hitting yet
Because 6
another
months
circuit
ago, that
MRVL.
totally would have
16th
worked.
count on the day.
You know, I built OpenClaw
Hitting a circuit breaker
to
to
have
the
access
upside,
to
last seen at
everything.
81 cents
You know,
per
my files,
ADS.
my machines, my chats,
Up nearly
always on
down,
and fully
still
open
down
source.
nearly 74%
That's what makes it
on
so
the day.
powerful.
That's Jean G
And that's
Education
what also
Technology
makes
Group,
companies a
Jay-Z,
bit nervous.
Juliet
What I
Zulu.
kept hearing was, Peter, I love my claw. Can I use this at work? And that's what we spent
sure.
the last few months on, with Microsoft, GitHub, OpenAI, NVIDIA, just to name a few. We added observability. We added auto mode for permissions. We changed how access works. It's not all or nothing anymore. You can pick which folder should be read-only, which one should be write or hidden. So here's the news. You can totally run OpenClaw inside your company now. And we even made the harness itself a plugin. You can bring your own. Copilot, Codex, whatever you already trust, and your rules come right with it. And then you put OpenClaw on top of it. You get persistent memory, heartbeats, and you get a claw right inside Slack or Teams. It's been really exciting to see OpenClaw grow into something much bigger.
Commentary, Geo Group, seen a bump in
global
activity
movement
here.
And a community.
Possible negative catalyst
And I
circulating
started
on
the
Geo
OpenClaw
Group
Foundation,
here.
a real non-profit.
Exclusive.
So it stays open and neutral.
Punch-up says
any model,
Geo Group has been
any operating
accused
system.
of
Because we are
funneling
entering
dark money
a new
to
era.
illegal political network. Shows of Geo Group seeing increased activity
And
on
more
this.
power for those who do. And we get to do this. We get to build it together in the open. So my task is simple. Come build with us. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you very much to Peter. Thank you to Samantha. Thank you to the Companion App team for their hard work. Thank you to the OpenClaw community for giving everyone here a crustacean of their own. And as we walk out, I want to remind you that that's the first time you've ever seen OpenClaw running on a Surface Laptop Ultra.
Oh, man.
Goodbye.
Woo.
All right, thank you so much, Samantha, Scott, and Peter. It's so wonderful to see
shares under
OpenClaw
2310
come to
for
Windows,
Geo Group on
and have all
the
of that,
exclusive report being
capability
circulated.
in terms
Golf
of
Echo
the
Oscar.
security and that comfort to be able to have these long-running
ASTC,
agents and unmetered intelligence come together.
Approaching
Recently
$23
testing the day's
for
highs
Geo
on
Group
abnormally
GEO.
high volume. That's for AstroTech.
This is Timichuk.
Foundry into
Alpha
this,
Sierra Tango Charlie ASTC.
right? I mean, yeah, every era of the platform shift, when we moved to the cloud, we had the cloud native app stack, and now we have the agent native app stack in Foundry. We're particularly excited about the Foundry hosted agent as a runtime for long-running agents. Agents now have, so if you're building in Foundry hosted agents, you can have all the IQ layers, you have the tools, you have the durability and the memory and the state. You have your own sandbox. In fact, it's a super fast sandbox that you can spin up. You can generate the rubrics and the evals. You can, in fact, have all the safety and the guardrails around your agentic system. And in fact, even one of the coolest things in Foundry is it's a continuously improving loop even, right? It's got that self-improvement loop built in, right? So you build an agent that's continuously getting better. And I'm really also excited today to announce a partnership with Fireworks AI, bringing, in fact, all of their open weight models to Foundry. That means giving you as developers more choices, as well as their great inference stack, to build the next generation of these agentic applications with all the enterprise rails that Foundry has, as well as the governance Foundry has. So really excited about that partnership. And so now that brings us to the tools. GitHub itself is at the heart of all this. In fact, Jensen spoke to this. The GitHub is not just about the code repo. It's becoming the control plane for all the agents. And nearly everything we measure on GitHub, whether it's repo creation, PR activity, API usage, actions, all of them are growing faster because of these agentic workflows. This new scale is driven by humans and agents collaborating together. And we're exposing our tooling across every form factor. In fact, we've seen tremendous growth in CLI, driven, the approachability of the CLI form factor. It's always been great to go to a terminal. And now, though, when combined with the power of the models and natural language, CLI has become the thing that everybody goes to. But at the end of the day, when you have hundreds of CLIs, it becomes pretty complicated. It doesn't scale. especially the cognitive load that I have when you have 100 CLI sessions open is such that you kind of need something new. And so that's what has led us to build, we need like this
Jay-Z,
tool essentially
circuit
that
breaker
has the
halted to the
speed and the
downside,
flexibility of a
and that's the
CLI,
17th circuit breaker
but
for
has the
Jay-Z
capability
today.
of an
That's
IDE and the
Jiangxi
ability to scale
Education
to
Technology
infinite
Group,
number of agent sessions.
Juliet
And so
Zulu,
today we are taking that next
Jay-Z,
big
circuit
step,
breaker to the downside.
introducing our new GitHub Copilot app. And we realize that it's not sufficient, right? Because you still have a backend to deal with, right? Code is easy to generate, but what about the backend? So you need to contend with identities, storage, database schemas, and that's why we're really super excited about Rayfin. Rayfin is an agent-first SDK that connects your agents to a backend as a service, and we're bringing this to everywhere you build. That's why I'm, again, super excited about Rayfin and the partnership with Replit. You can now build apps in Replit while you can build the app in Replit while the app and data are deployed into the enterprise managed Fabric tenant thanks to the Rayfin SDK. And so this Rayfin SDK is available now for anyone else to be able to use with their tools as a backend and essentially have this backend service. And now to show you all of the Foundry and Rayfin and building agents and the long-running agents, let me invite up on stage Cassidy. Cassidy, take it away.
Hello, everyone. I'm so excited to be amongst my fellow devs today. This has been a long day. Fix your shoulders, sit back, great. I see a lot of you sitting up, great. I know you're drinking from the fire hose of information today, so I want you to go into the next few minutes thinking, what can I try out on my laptop later today? So as Satya said, we're going to show you Rayfin, but first, I can't wait to show you the new GitHub Copilot app. This app is your home base for development and operations on your computer, and we think you're going to love it. So let me show you around. When you open up the app from the start, you see this home screen here, where you can kick off a new agentic coding session. But also, before I get into the serious stuff, you can drag Mona around, and there's a game. Look. It's so fun. Okay, I'm not very good at it, so let's just get back to, you can kick off a new agentic coding session. So I started off one a little bit earlier here, and it gave me a review of a bunch of release blockers. Which one should I fix? Call it out.
Can't take much more of
8,
this.
3, the critical ones. You know what? How about we just do all of them? Let's go. This app will now kick off a separate session for every single issue here. I don't have to worry about stashing or coding complex or anything because the app takes care of that with Git work trees. Git work trees are isolated environments for each session that you run, so your agents can work in parallel without stepping on each other. But you still have to merge them, right? So Copilot has your back there too. If I head over, not to this one, but to this issue here, I can run agent merge. And when I enable agent merge, Copilot will continuously babysit this PR through CI checks, code review, and merge conflicts. Okay, let me keep showing you around while those are still running. Now, if I head over to my work, I can see a focused view of all of my activity and just projects loaded in the app, issues and PRs.
I'm calling it here.
And then under automation,
I ain't listening to
I
this
have a
shit
bunch
anymore.
of reusable sessions and workflows that
Anything I was watching looks like ass. Maybe MRVL goes again. Ugh. What's up, Captain? That's not why. I see it. Just absolutely juicing right there, huh? But I'm gonna go take a shower, go to the chiropractor, run some errands. T800 comes. Yeah, we're green. $200. Nothing crazy. Didn't have any like massive wins today. There wasn't, much. Can't really say that. There just wasn't much.
Benzinga market update. S&P futures
going on.
up 5. The Dow futures up 159. Nasdaq up 71. Crude is up $1.68.
We'll be back out tomorrow. Hopefully, a better day. Keeping the green streak alive. That's the most important thing.
620 at 45 $112.
So hopefully we'll have a better day tomorrow.
Bitcoin futures down
Markets are just kind of
$42.40 at
right now.
67,000.
Maybe that's because some of the big boys are pulling back right now. I don't know. OKLO starting to break down to the downside. Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, we'll be back.